Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir. Very important points around the yes, him in the middle. Yes. So very important points around the infringement of the personal freedoms of some civil society actors. So sorry, sir, let me get my timer up. Okay, the timer is up now. Sir, you may proceed.
All right, good day, everyone. My name is Chimeze Bosie. I work with Budgets Nigeria as the Imo State Officer, and I'm also the Programs Director for SALT Initiative. So my question is based on the good remark by Professor Chidi Odikalu. So he mentioned issue of domestic funding, getting money from Nigeria. It's not always focusing on international organizations. Now, most times when it gets funding from Nigerian businessmen or Nigerian philanthropists, you may not be able to criticize them if they do something wrong, right? Or even the government, when you get funding from the governments, you may not be able to. So how do we solve that problem of you being neutral, still getting funding from local organizations? Then my second question, not really a question, is a suggestion or maybe a comment. There's a comment that 1,000 CSOs or NGO cannot replace a functional government, because every day we see CSOs springing up, NGOs springing up. But if we have a functional government, there will not be any need for CSOs and NGOs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And from a perspective, you gave me 1 extra minute, so I'm very impressed. Thank you very much. I should say to your question, sir, the second panel dialogue, which will talk about sustainability and sustaining impact amid scarcity, the conversation around funding, right, will come up. And I love the panelists who are on there because they are a mix of current and former funders. So I think they will take up that point, right? Thank you. The second point around functional governance and NPOs, I think we can pack that and put that across to the first panel dialogue on strengthening the enabling environment for NGOs. But I think it's part of that conversation, right? Which is effective governance, obviously lessens the burdens on civil society from a programmatic, from an intervention standpoint. So thank you very much for these interventions. Third question, I have my 2 minutes. You can start, sir.
Okay. Good day, everyone. Chibodo Chebisman from Imo State Civil Society. My question goes to certain observation. I've seen lawmakers from Anambra, but I've not seen anyone from Metro State, Imo. Because is society was understand because he made a comment against the state governments. He spent before he was released. Last year, November, they have 1 minute. Was arrested from Imo State too. He was arrested in a function. From Imo State, he spent 3 months in detention. That's it. Someone again. Was arrested in name. Secrets.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much, sir. And so what we're clearly hearing in the room is the personal freedoms and protection of personal freedoms for civic actors is a concern in the region. So what do we do about that? How can governments better protect the fundamental rights of civil society actors in the room. There is the third panel on sustaining partnerships through legislative and regulatory action. Yes, yes, we can. Yes, we can talk about that there. And I hope the various moderators. I don't want to call them by name, but I know them. I see them. I hope they are taking notes of some of these concerns so that they can pass them on to especially our government side stakeholders in the room. Yes, and they can address those.
Yeah, ready for that part. You love so much.
Oh, okay. Okay. Okay, they are. Okay, so can we do something for those of us who still have comments? I should mention at this point that after each panel dialogue, there are spaces and opportunities for audience interventions. So you can make your comments there, questions, right? And you can get direct responses as well. We did this more as a filler so that we can ensure that our hosts are ready to receive us for tea break. The final thing that I want all of us to do, this is a fun activity. So we've been serious and everybody has been speaking, well, to use Professor Dinkalu's words, even though he directed it to me, we'll be speaking for next. Yes, all through the morning. So if we can just do something light and then we'll break for tea break. Tea break would be Global Rights. How many minutes are we doing for tea break? 20 minutes. Okay, so we will do 20 minutes for our tea break. But before we do that, can I crave the indulgence of everyone in the room to stand? Can we all stand? I believe we all have mobile phones. Can we take out our mobile phones? As I'm passing the instruction, let me also comply. We're talking about civil society compliance. So we'll lead by example. So let's take out our phones. If there's someone beside you to your left, to your right, or if there isn't anyone, find a partner. Turn your phone to selfie mode. Yes. And take a picture with your partner. If you don't have a partner, there are others in front. You can come and take. You can come and take selfies with them. And then just do a quick picture. In fact, take your photos anywhere in the room you want. I take a selfie. Take a selfie. Take a selfie with everyone. Everyone. Change your compliance. Okay. Okay. One more selfie. Okay. Sarah. Can we start wrapping our selfies up? The same people are okay. Thank you so much. We can post on use our hashtags. Hashtag SCRC 2025. Hashtag civic space. Hashtag strengthening regulatory environment. Okay, so I think you're ready for the tea break. All right, I think the format is. Can somebody advise you the format for tea break? There's no formats. Okay. So there are 7 points just right behind us. Let's proceed.
When to become as one, all to stay to stay, and think of when that one for blows away. The mind that gets see the truth and will believe. Power of the one. I still on board, just stay. Leaves me with the safety. It's destiny. We make our lives and fire. Cause us to rest and shine. The light in the dark to burning. I love you so. And all summer eyes make nothing to make us wait. May not be found inside our hearts as we obey. What if it's what we go? You'll be here as always to go. Forever is my heart. Oh, Are you to how are your forms and who are your forms too? Oh, please love, oh, please love too, and this project love. And oh, I have said, what can do? I'll die, but you can't forget. And it's beautiful. But you think of you is that every part, but you don't know part of you is that love. You don't get it. That's all I want to right now. I never work. All you sweet. The more it's that love.
I'm sleeping alone. With myself up.
You that I was about the generations and that say we want to make it a better place for our children, our children's children, so that they it's a better world for them. Think they can make it a better place. What is
Good afternoon, everyone. For those of us who are not actively receiving our tea break implements and materials, up in the stand, please, may I ask that we all take our seats so that we can commence the technical sessions for the day.
Yes.
This is the main thing that brought us in.
Exactly. This is the main thing. Please, can you take your seats, please?
Thank you very much. I hope you are, first and foremost, I hope you are enjoying our tea break. You are? Thank you. Okay. Anybody that is not enjoying our tea break, please stick with global rights. But for those who are enjoying our tea breaks, thank you very much. I think all the applause. You're welcome. You're welcome. Okay. Yes. So for the rest of us who are still eating, don't worry. We won't rush you.
But just do that quietly.
Yes, as much as possible, except for the people that we would have up here for our first final session. So
Yes.
I hope so too. If you are not, please, we will rush you because we need you.
Okay.
That's one, yes.
The technical aspect of this gathering today.
Yes, the first final session that we'll be taking will be dealing with strengthening the enabling environments for non-profit organizations in the Southeast states. We looked at the CSO dashboard. We heard the keynotes from the Honorable Deputy Speaker. Exactly. We heard the very important interventions by Professor Dean Kalu. We heard also from the chairman of the Ebonyi State House of Assembly Committee on CSOs, right? So
Goodwill message.
very much so. So there's enough bandwidth in the room around the idea of improving the operational environment for civil society in Nigeria.
But it's very important because I'm
you're still there. I've moved on. But now we want to talk about the details, right? How do we go about that? What are the things that states like Anambra, and going to a lesser extent, also Imo and Abia, what do they need to do in order to improve the operational environment for the civil society actors that work in those states? To moderate that panel,
yes. State Travis and
Federation International. Yes. So, Barrister Amara, if you are here, please can we invite you up to the podium? Barrister Amara would be introducing her. Yes, indeed. There we are. Put your hands up for her. How busy that is. You're very welcome, ma'am. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. Good afternoon, distinguished and our highly esteemed guests. Good afternoon, my colleagues and friends in the civil space. I will very quickly introduce members of this panel. First of all, our first panelist is Mrs. Miriam Menkiti. Mrs. Miriam Menkiti. Mrs. Miriam Menkiti is the Executive Director of the Women Information Network, WINET, with decades of hands-on experience in empowering women and amplifying grassroots voices. Miriam brings deep insight into the realities of NPOs on the ground. She understands firsthand what restrictive environments cost our women-led and community-based initiatives. Thank you, Ma. I'm so delighted to see you one-on-one. There will be speaking on the phone. You're welcome, Ma. Please, can we clap as we welcome her once again? Our second panelist is Mr. Christopher Okore. We welcome Mr. Christian Walker, Director of the Ebonyi State Office of the National Human Rights Commission. His work sits as the intersection of law enforcement and civil protection, making him uniquely placed to speak to the practical tensions and opportunities in regulation and right-based governance. Welcome, sir. You're most welcome. All right, we have the last but not the least, our most eminent senior advocate of Nigeria, our own Professor Adekunle Adedeji. We want to welcome Professor on the podium. He is a senior advocate of Nigeria, and he is a foremost voice in legal policy reform. His scholarly and advocacy work on the constitutional and civil state profession will help us reflect on broader legal pathways to enabling NPOs. Is Prof in the house? Is he? Okay, we will go on. All right. Let's quickly go on to this discussion. I don't know if I'm positive. Okay, please, I think we'll need to move the left hand. Thank you. Yes, thank you very much. I'm coming from Anambra State, so I'm with me that we need the conversation right here, yes? We need to discuss, yes. We need to discuss about what it takes the NPOs to succeed in our state, in the Southeast. Yes, they are just there, but they just don't exist. They really need to function, grow, and then serve our communities better. So today we are going to dive into that discussion without taking more of your time. I believe we all have the regulatory booklets. I'm glad they put it in the package. So it's going to help us to go on in this discussion. Yes, Mr. Okore, can you quickly help us highlight the key laws that regulate NPOs in Nigeria, the operation of NPOs, so that if people that are not conversant with these laws, we know what are they and what are their recent judicial development that we may need to pay close attention to. Yes, sir.
Well, I think in the aspect of the regulatory laws, I think they are more on the acts that have established some regulatory institutions, like the EFCC, okay, the act that is EFCC, the National Health Insurance and the National Health Insurance Authorities, the Pension Reform Act, the commission that is responsible for the registration of the CSOs and other statutory organizations acts, and other acts that are there in place to regulate the framework, and also the Federal Inland Revenue Services. These are the regulatory acts that have been put in place to regulate the CSOs. First, the CSOs, first of all, have to register with the the name of the Corporate Affairs Commission. Thank you. That's what I've been trying to think about. The Corporate Affairs Commission. Then, after the registration of the Corporate Affairs Commission, then their activities on a basis, a monthly basis, have to be, reported to the finance department, which is the Federal Inland Revenue Services, and of course, the EFCC will also, approve of the regulatory to see that there is no way that they are involved with the, other criminal acts like sponsoring of terrorism and other activities.
Thank you so very much. Thank you. That was a very good one. And the professor of law will give us also a very, very instrumental to this discourse on registration, because most of the CSO here, I don't think they are aware of what they really need to do to be registered, what laws are applicable in the national and state level laws, and there are particular area we need to read attention to. Yes, Prof, sir, you're welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. My apologies. Of course, when you are abducted by a DOSA, you really have nowhere to escape to. And so even though I sought to create some time for myself, it somehow found me out. So, but I do apologize. So you've asked a very direct question. And in terms of registration, it's multiple, really. But I guess your question is in terms of a life coming into existence. So I've always held the view that an association of human beings can exist without registration. But advantages and privileges are graduated according to first your registration and second the category registration you belong to. So at the most basic, I think Professor Dekan was talking about age groups, the SUSU, and things like that. So you can have a SUSU without registration, but you want some level of engagement with the local government or the states, they need to have you on their roll, so that they say, we know who you are. You also want a situation where your executives and your operations are recognized by the state. You cannot scale to a cooperative society. You need to register. And when you do that as a cooperative, you're on a different ballgame from anyone registered or incorporated by Corporate Affairs Commission. But if you want the kind of protection and the kind of privileges that comes under the Companies and Allied Matters Act, you need to head to Abuja or Abuja's representatives in the states. I'm not unaware of discussions surrounding the Constitution and the powers of the states to incorporate. But I'm of the opinion, and I think for now, we really need to wait for a decisive clarification on that. With all due respect to the Plateau States, I think it was Plateau States, not, I think Plateau or Benue, that decision of the Court of Appeal, for me, and I mean, at this, I would respectfully say it was given par in coram. So when we say something is given par in coram, it means that lawyers did not properly draw the attention of the judge. So my own instruction in drafting, because for a very long time, I did legislative drafting. And a word in a statute, an ordinary statute even, not to talk of the Constitution, is not just there to fill space. Do you understand what I'm saying? It's not just there to fill space. And for me, the ink, the blot of ink on the white paper for this view that states can create incorporated bodies is that word directly. Directly. So the provision, and I'm sure that this provision by now, most of you know it by heart, says that incorporation and matters relating to winding up of bodies corporates rest on the federal, save for laws directly establishing. You understand? Laws directly establishing. So what is directly doing there? And why didn't it say that for associations or incorporations or winding up directly done by the federal body? So if it's not there upstairs, why is it there downstairs? It means it's saying something new. So it cannot be the same incorporation that has been given to the federal, but to state laws that directly create bodies corporates, i.e. your housing corporation, your inland revenue authorities, and things like that. That is my respectful take on the matter. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please, can we applaud that? That is a professional analysis of the provision of CAMA 2020. And we appreciate our professor of law and eminent sake for that. And for drawing our attention to that provision is very, very key to our operation. Remember, we are talking about the strengthening the regulatory framework, the law. So that's basically what we are looking at. All right, Ma. Please, from your field of experience, what parts of the regulatory system are actually working well for grassroots organizations like WINET? Are there major pain points, things that are not really going on well? What are the things that are going on well that we can applaud? And what are the things you think is not good in the regulatory framework, ma'am?
Thank you. From your fund for women, nobody for for us. We've been auditing our since 2002. We audit and we keep in our office. Because we didn't know that we should have it. We need Sorry of these plans here. That we need to do, to come, what working well. We see difficult to comply. For instance, the federal form says you should treat some know where we should raise it at. Take the fee. With their money, you must do it. You must engage a lawyer, and the lawyer will take it go see. So these are not working well. It's really difficult for NGOs, not to talk of the grassroots ones. Let me stop here. Thank you.
So very much, ma. You can see that is she gave real life realities of what is on ground. And we really appreciate you, ma. Let's quickly go to the Human Rights Bureau. Sir, from your meeting the National Commission, how could they assess the human rights of existing regulatory frameworks on NGOs?
Thank you now for asking a human right appropriate question. The professor also time to take the question. Was there for him that was new for me? For them to ask for that too. Yes. As a matter of fact, the human right, the national human right actually stands between the government and the people. And of course, the CSOs represent the entirely different perspectives of their lives. And so it's actually within the mandate of the National Human Rights Commission to work with the CSOs. And that one of the government members of the National Human Rights Commission must be from the CSO representative, the family. So the issue of this improving regulatory framework, the regulatory framework should be made in such a way that is not so legalistic, but rather something that is to help the CSOs in order to collaborate with the government. In other countries, actually, for example, in the United States of America, where I lived and studied, it is the government that actually funds the CSOs. You don't have funds coming from United Nations, from EU, from all that, for the CSOs to operate in the United States. The government funds CSO, and what they do, the regulated framework is now to fund them to see that the fund given to them is used for the people. The one we are talking about now, how the funds that come from outside. So, and the CSOs that are look for robust organization. It's not because into the proper. For the non-for-profit organizations, so for non-for-profit organizations, legislation will be made in such a way that it's not so expensive for what that is being needed in national unit. Use to the parents to function because the money they're supposed to use, the fund they're supposed to use in the way the surface of the people. But then more of into tax paying and all that. They want someone to check this as they mandate all covered. So the opinion that one government should support the CSOs in all forms, not just in regulating them in terms of to avoid abuse and using for other purposes. They should also help funding them in the areas of humanitarian service, in the areas of climate and environmental issues, in other areas where the CSOs are directly involved, in the rural areas, the government should bring the money, fund them, and then demand from them accountability. Yeah, where also the government can insist and help the CSOs to operate. Is see them as our honorable member rightly put it up here, and our former chairman of National Maritime Commission, Odinkalo, and he stated, that is more of collaboration. See them as partners. They both have an adage that it is a fly that does not hear something, that does not listen, that follows the course into the ground. That it is the government that does not listen to CSOs that turn out to become autocratic and all that. Like, most of the crises we have in Nigeria, where there should be dialogue, which the matter that should have been treated as civil matters, where government CSOs are crying about this, shouting about this human rights violation, the government has come down and said, come on, what are you really talking about? This matters would have been resolved. Boko Haram, like, what is it? So many have come to the table, listen to the CSOs, listen to the National Maritime Solution and all that, what is representing the civil society, and listen and think, what is it that's all about? Let's talk about it. And would have been resolved. So much money that we have used in development of the people have been spent in security and all that. But the effect of the government applying energetic measures in all matters, only civil matters into criminal matters, just to shut down the civil space. It's really making work very difficult for the civil society organizations. Thank you.
Very much. Yes, our human rights, as I said, and we are very happy with our government representation here this afternoon. Let's quickly go on to our eminent sir. We want to know very quickly, what legal or constitutional reforms do you believe are necessary to strengthen the civil space? What are there? Are there models you want to point our attention to also? Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. And I think in later sessions, some of the questions raised by my co-speaker on the panel, which was really quite insightful, the examples you gave will be responded to. in terms of legal reforms, I think the one staring us on the face now is the way CAMA, as a Corporate and Allied Matters Act, has turned on its head the concept of incorporated trustees and how it has, I think, uncritically assumed that the problems created by some charitable organizations like religious bodies and educational bodies automatically translates to the whole CSO field. So issues such as the filing of returns by trustees, issues such as a failed CSO, and then the sharing of its assets. I think there is a move towards expunging things like that from the current CAMA. There is also need, I think it's time we also look at the Constitution. So what I said earlier has nothing against aspirations to decentralize the conferment of corporate personality to groups. And I think we have to, rather than hide every time and point to the exclusivity of that power for federal bodies, it's time we realize that there are a lot of organizations that are doing good within the subnational space and that will require corporate personality. And that is something we need to tackle headlong. Because some years back, maybe 5-10 years ago, all these strictures of SCUMO, if you are not registered by CAMA, you cannot obtain a SCUMO certificate. You cannot get a SCUMO certificate, banks will say you cannot open an account. Now, despite clarity from CBN that it did not say that, you know, the unscrupulous bank managers still continue to fleece unsuspecting organizations and say that unless they pay a certain amount, they won't be able to operate without SCUMO. Then there is also the tax framework. And I will let you all to look at the new taxes. I think there is more than one, another legislation. Look at some of the guidelines that FIRS has rolled out, and you will see that there are some concessions that have been made. Now, if you have the kind of the story told by my colleague here, where the FIRS actually brought down NLC. You know, if you have more of that in the regulatory space, I'm sure that most of us will not have cause to complain. Let me say a word about legal reform. What is legal reform? We haven't even understood, we haven't properly operated the current reform. Most of us here, and I'm picking statements made here and there, are committing what I would call blue murder on the legal framework, because there isn't a grounded understanding of the law, and we want to reform again. It is not really the law. You know, it's not the law. It's our approach, our perspectives, and the attitude. Do you understand? If you reform the law 1,000 times, CSOs as corporate bodies, as organizations, will still owe some obligations. Whether it's filing, whether it's reporting, whether it is engaging, those obligations will still exist. You can't wish that away. So if you go, you can't go below that in any reform. But take stock of what is happening now. And you see that compliance is still not very encouraging, you know? So I think attitude is important. Two is also the appreciation by government agencies that it's not all about revenue. I'm really disenchanted and this is disheartening to hear that the Financial Reporting Council has already seen its role to be charging fees on. What kind of nonsense is that? You know? Happily, even their corporate governance structure has been dismantled. The corporate governance regulations that they brought about, the government has put a stop to its implementation. Do you understand? So these things, it's not a license to fleece people and to collect money. Look at agencies like SCOMO. Most of their regulatory, in fact, I don't see, unless you actually commit an offense, they don't charge fees. They don't charge fees. You know, look at even Kama, the CSC, their fees are quite low. You know, but maybe because in respect is a problem. Rules such as tax return. Of us don't understand that even when you don't do anything, you still need to file that return. You still need to file that return. The most notorious here is the VAT returns. Do you know, from not doing anything, you can actually incur heavy fines because you have not filed monthly VAT returns. If you don't file your annual paying returns, that's a 500,000 fine outright. You can negotiate. I think you need to come and learn some negotiating skills from my sister here. But these are things, you know, that the lack of understanding and ignorance is really the problem. So we would like to encourage all of us here, take advantage of this community that you belong to, the community of practice. It doesn't even have to be that you need to come away from your comfort zone to come and assemble here. Everything I believe is on their website. There is a small pamphlet that's in the bag. Just look at it and it tells you a lot of things about what you need to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you so much. We need to move from non-compliance, substantial compliance to full compliance so that we can be at par with our contemporaries outside, like we normally refer to. Mommy, very quickly, we have 5 minutes. Can you tell us how has regulation affected your organization ability to secure funding, implement projects, or advocate freely?
We have
and straight to the answer. Please, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to move right into audience participation, and we want to take 3 questions. We want to take okay, because we have 4 rows, let's quickly take 4. 1 from this row, 1 from this, 1 from one. So okay, I was just informed that there's 20 minutes, so let's not rush. Okay, 10. That's right. So let's just take 4 questions. 1 from here, 1 from one. Okay, can you help me, please? Sorry, sorry. Can you give the number so we just know the 4? Because once she starts asking, others will ask. 1 from this row, 1 from here, 1 from this row, and then 1 from there. Thank you. So let's have number 1, please. And please tell us who you're directing the question to. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Permit me to introduce myself. I'm Juliet Obiajulu from the African Network of Adolescents and Young Persons Development. I'm excited being part of this meeting. I am actually not directing the question to any particular panelist, but the whole persons there. I became more interested when Mommy was pointing on the reality. She spoke like someone who is in the field of work. We who are handling the youth organization, it's not easy for us. When you look at an average Nigerian youth, it's someone who just left the school trying to find their foot in the labor market. We have beautiful ideas, but we do not have funding. And when you try to pull the funding from the international space, you see how the bottleneck of tax clearance to make. I'm just asking in this house, if we can be giving things like pro bono services, ranging from the tax clearance yearly, the school, the CSC certification, the banking and everything, if the protocol for this can be shortened or giving us some form of frivolities for organizations that focus on youth in their diversities. Thank you.
So, okay, we want that. Also, thank you. Okay, all the questions, they will respond to it because of time taking the question, the answer.
All right, good afternoon all. My name is Coach Adaba Eyanreke, Executive Director for Social and Integral Development Center, CDE. So my question is for you, Pro. Well done for your reactions and responses toward based on the question that were asked. But then again, I have a concern. We're talking about compliance today. We're talking about compliance with respect to regulations that guide CSO's activities in Nigeria. My question is, how can we make it attractive? Because regulation, compliance of regulation is an attitudinal issue. I see it from the point of attitude, what we want to do. Over the years, even in the Bible, payment of taxation, tax, has been an issue. Even in our system in Nigeria, payment of tax is also an issue. Because oftentimes, people don't see value for money. People don't see value with respect to what they pay. That's why at some point you see us campaigning for tax for service. If people should pay, if we should encourage people to pay for taxation, then government also should in return improve on services so that you encourage them. Now, we the civil society actors across the country in the Southeast, what are those strategies, innovation that you feel can be suggested for government to make it attractive for us to pay at ease, that we don't need to negotiate, we don't need to engage, we don't need to boycott, we don't even need to force at ease. You voluntarily go and pay. Thank you.
Okay, before the third question, I want to quickly say that we have a section for the regulatory body. So, and every other question you have for them, just package it and wait for that session. I would like us to streamline the question we are asking to the presentation of the people here right now. Thank you very much. Can we continue the third question? Number 3, please.
That's all. I'm a one Priscilla, the ED of Initiative for Care and Support to the Less Privileged. I want to ask Ma, please, were you given percentage based on the amount your organization receive from donors to pay, or is the amount specific for all the organizations, irrespective of the amounts they are earning annually? And again, I want to ask, maybe anyone in the panel seats may answer this question, because most of the times we found out that the CSOs that are being recognized in the states are the government CSOs. You know, it's outside the net and the state NGO of when they were in out to the North States, staff were in their own pocket NGOs. You know, North State actors have everything. So, thank you very much. Thank you so much. My name is Comrade Ego the Blessing Igwe, the Managing Director of Crystal Care Foundation. The one, I want to ask the Lego practitioner in the panel, is there any form of way that these regulations can be streamlined or is already streamlined to make it easier for new NGOs to register without much stress? Again, I want to know, like, how long does a new NGO need before you are able to file your annual returns be liable to pay taxes? Thank you.
All right, let's take the answers. I think the first and the last are about the same thing. So let's call on Prof to attend to that.
Thank you very much. I'll take the last question first before I forget it. Streamlining. You see, let me tell you a little bit about this. They got because they like, but because government protocols are involved. Streamlining would involve some ministers losing supervisory powers. Do you understand? And when you lose supervisory powers, you lose some aspects of your budget. So from my little experience of government work, bureaucracy fights anything called streamlining. Do you know why the Oronsoye reports, the post-Oronsoye reports, the post-Oronsoye reports on rationalizing government agencies has not seen the light of day? We hear it, but put it into action now. Do you understand? And I think the honorable member in the House of Rep will appreciate this thing I'm saying. So ministers, palace secretaries, directors, they resist streamlining. 2, we are going into an age of automation. Streamlining also means that if we have one stop process, revenues that should accrue to the collaborating agencies need to also be streamlined. Do you understand what I'm saying? So one example of a streamlined process is FIRS and Corporate Affairs Commission. is even, let me say, a quarter, if not 1/8 streamlined. Because it simply means once those organizations that get incorporated now, immediately you get your TINs, your TIN. And once you get your TIN, it's not just the TIN. CSC also makes your address, your email, and everything accessible to them. So that's some kind of streamlining. But even now, we're hearing that FIRS is disputing some of the things that CSC puts on the certificate. So it takes a lot for that to be prevented. It takes synergy in computer systems. It means that when you are buying your computer systems in CSC, you need to be sure that it can work very well with FIRS systems. Do you understand what I'm saying? So that's small word, streamlining. That is the headache that comes to it. But it's not that it cannot be done. Again, all these things I've said is attitude. Attitude, not so. Assuring agencies that no, you won't lose revenue. We can just we will amortize everything. You remember the ports drama when agencies numbered 18 in the ports, and it was a military order, or the military government then that just streamlined that we don't want more than 8. Go back to the ports now and count the number. They have even increased. So these kinds of things they are tied. They are tied to government power. They are tied to revenue. But I'm sure that if we keep insisting on these things, it can be done. The points about incentivizing. So we have a saying in law, he who comes to equity must come with clean hands, not so. So one of the things that we can start intentionally with is measure of compliance have seen as vilify efforts or even state IRS. Before they even start negotiation with you, they want to see your record. Am I right? They want to see your record of compliance because they want to be sure that this was an omission. So that's an incentive. You keep up with compliance. Anytime somebody in your organization messes up, you can always go to them and say, this wasn't intentional. And they'll say, okay, let's pull up your records, and they will see. The other kind of compliance, which I think you are talking about, is in terms of tax exemptions. Tax exemptions. And that's why I said, go look at what this recent tax reform is proposing. You know, there are a lot of things, although I would have liked, and I think we did submit a proposal at that time, that your language is not CSO friendly. You are looking at CSOs as SMEs, small and medium enterprises. They are not enterprises. That's language of business. So, and I think we still need to come back to the table on that for them to create, even if it means repeating the privileges that they have given SMEs, even if it means about just say that this part of the act or this part of the law applies to CSOs, because we're not the same thing. Do you understand? But whenever my auditor says reserve profits, I call him back and pull him by the ear. I don't make profits here, please. I don't want to see it appear in my statements. But that is what they think for them. So that kind of thinking We have to correct it, and I think we can make progress with that. Thank you very much.
And gentlemen, our time is up. Let's take forward our questions, our examples, our ideas, and make sure that this conversation does not end in this room. Thank you everybody for a very productive and insightful session. Thank you, all distinguished panelists. Thank you.
So simplify because my head's spinning, right? Well, actually we'll be talking about funding. Yeah, we know that's a big deal for civil society practitioners, not only in the region, but right across the country. So we do need to educate the audience about how funding states has significantly shrunk because of developments outside our shores. So how do we navigate all of that? How do we tap into domestic philanthropy, like Professor Dikalu said?
And somebody to that person to just wait because there's a panel for that. So this is the panel that we've been waiting.
Yes, absolutely. Now to moderate this final, same format as the last, should introduce our moderators. They will have 40 minutes to do justice to the topic. Yes, and 10 to 15 minutes for the audience to participate.
Important conversation is CSO growth. We are talking about breakdowns. But even the past CSO
So just for good measure. Thank you very much, ma'am. So 40 minutes for this final discussion. Now, when you comes to funding, everyone will have 1,000 questions. We'll try to manage this as clearly as possible. But again, I should also point out that these are people who are going to remain in the room with us. So if you want to meet them one-on-one to take up any interesting things that you hear from their panel, you're very free to do so. Ms. Mosa, thank you. The floor is yours.
All right, thank you everyone. It's an honor to be here. So without much ado, I'm going to start. Some context before we start. So economic downturns, shifting political priorities and donor funding and dwindling donor funding has led to governments and even individual donations reducing or shrinking in recent times. Thus, it's in this challenging landscape, innovation is no longer optional, but it's extremely necessary in terms of navigating the landscape. So to join in this discussion on sustainable impacts and sustaining innovating strategies for navigating shrinking funding for civil society organizations in the Southeast, I have persons who have expertise in this area. With them in terms of them questions and interrogating. Is this? I don't like being very academic. I don't think that's the best way that people can actually learn things. So I'm going to be able to relax. I also think that because almost every person in this room would have known civil society that, for instance, USAID has cut funding, that the UK, for instance, has also stated that is going to reach financial assistance to put back to secure the possible. Also, what strategies, which area? Because I assume that a person in this sector, you already have an idea. So what I'm going to do when I'm speaking to the panelists is I'm going to mention it, then we're going to interrogate that further. So that's just an assumption as I speak. So this panel, we have a very notable person on the INGO forum, Confidence Oba Iwuna. We have Jude Ohanele coming after him, who's the executive director of Carnegie Initiative. We also have coming after him, Ode Friday, who is the country director of the Accountability Lab. So familiar with them. I don't state how important they are in terms of the discussions. So I'm going to let them just briefly introduce themselves in one line, and then in the second line, they're just going to summarize what they do. So I'm going to start with Confidence.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And also please permit me to stand on existing protocols for the honorables we have in our midst today. So my name is Confidence Obayiwana, and I'm Government Engagement Coordinator for the Nigeria INGO Forum. The Nigeria INGO Forum is a consortium of 60 international organizations. So what we do is support these organizations with coordination, representation, advocacy, and information sharing. Thank you.
Thank you, Confidence. Friday.
Good afternoon, everyone. So the SouthEast Lab. Well, you know, organization, but locally registered in every place we work. We work in about 8 to 10 countries in Africa and South Asia. Our major aim basically is to make governance work for people in communities where we're working. We work around 3 key thematic areas in Nigeria, which is environmental justice, digital governance, as well as public finance management, particularly in procurement. But yes, we try to tie the knot and make sure governance conversations are interesting for young people who seems to be disenfranchised or don't participate in governance process. I'm happy to talk more or take more questions after now. Thank you very much.
Okay, so we're going to start. Jude, discussions on innovative strategies often include the importance of resource mobilization. So, in the sense of social enterprise, which has always been a conversation, so it didn't even start before the Trump era, but it sort of heightened based on recent developments. I'm just tapping into the entrepreneurial spirit of those in the Southeast. Can we just mention how they consider some strategies to increase funding?
Yeah, well, you know, I mean, the goal drying up
of the resource availability for civil society work, not just in Nigeria and Africa, but across the world. Because there is a push along the lines of more commercially oriented formula strategy. And of course, the emergence of Mr. Trump as the president of America has played. For those of us in the Southeast, we've always had a more commercially oriented. It's just that somehow we've not been able to deploy that effectively within cities. That's why the concept of social enterprise development was key. You essentially use business skills to solve social problems. I think that is the next frontier for all of us. To now see how we can convert some of the very strong strategic business energies in Aba, Onisha, Newi, and all the places here towards creating our own model of social enterprises that can begin to deal with our social problems. Because the reality is that I've not seen any country in the world that developed by foreign development. Sustainable development can only happen when you work on it. That's why Nigeria remains a huge opportunity for Africa to move forward. Because we've not really had anything. I think this is the time for us to begin to look inwards on how we can commodify our social problems and bring solutions to them.
Thank you, Jude. So he talked about social enterprises. And Friday, I want you to just speak more on that. Just give people maybe some examples of how that can work. I know you're a country director of accountability lab in Nigeria. So are there some examples you can utilize in terms of social enterprises? And then I also want you to speak on collaborative funding, because from your website, for instance, I noticed that you actually utilize collaborative funding as well in your offices in Pakistan, Mali, and Nepal. Will you just speak about that as well?
Thank you very much. I think I'll start with collaboration. The first thing for me that we can't shy away from the fact. I mean, everybody has said funding. There's no need. It can't all next. Second, we did was how to show risk. But like the speaker was talking about, nobody owns any civil society organization or any NGO, as the case may be. But if you go back to that, what that means is all of us are literally working to achieve almost the same goal. If you understand, we're only just taking different strategy or taking different civil society names to do the work we do. So that brings me to the points on collaboration and why that is very important for us to look through and find ways to collaborate. One of the things my office does in Nepal, Pakistan, and Liberia as well, we have a co-working space. I mean, I'm not sure how many more there are here, but again, in Abuja, they are beginning to spring up in places where you have co-working spaces where people can just walk in, you pay a fee, and you are able to work from that space. Some other places, you have organizations who are coming together to say, oh, let's develop a co-working space. Like I said, in my office in Liberia, Pakistan, and Nepal, what we do basically is, this is going to cost costs for most organizations and civil society organizations who are just coming into the space. What this does for them is, instead of buying a printer, you already have a central printer which supports all of your process. In some places, we have a communications officer which supports most of the projects. And most importantly is the finance officer. Again, imagine if you are supposed, if each and every one of us is supposed to hire a finance officer or an HR person in every organization. This is going to be cost across different organizations. But in those co-working spaces and collaborative operations, you find that you have one finance person almost doing the same thing, one HR person providing support, but again, every society will contribute a percentage of their fee to pay that finance officer to do their work. So I mean, that person does work in terms of 30%, 30%, or 40%, as you guys agree that would be. So those are the kind of things we operate in terms of co-working spaces, where even paying for power, paying for all admin costs is just centralized where everybody contributes. On the other side of social development enterprises, I mean, it's a bit tricky in our context It is 100% very tricky because donor funds are tilted us to one direction. Then when you try to do a social enterprise, in some cases, so I'll tell you an instance, we started running a program called the Accountability Incubator, where we develop and support 10 young change agents across the country, working around health education, agriculture, and climate as well. So when we have that idea, we help them build their monitoring, their theory of change, their programs, manuals and processes. But in the process, once we help them do all of it, at the end of the day, they can't find any money to support their organizations. So found out that in the of what do you call them? Those working around climate change, they are products they can deliver at that point while they're working. Some of them do work around plastic recycling. And that's one of the things we found. But again, why I said it's a bit tricky here. Some of them are not in that process. So we have to also train them in that process on getting how we can connect them to markets and how they can benefit from that. But again, it's a bit tricky in our Nigerian context, but I mean it's doable for some of the people we supported. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Friday. So he mentioned collaboration and things like maybe sharing spaces at an era of dwindling funds. So, like he said, you could agree with another organization if you have maybe like an empty space somewhere and they need it. Is there a certain amount of money that they are very happy at that time? Are they happy sharing costs in terms of electricity? Can people share personnel? But in relation to that, I would probably say that it would also be good to have an MOU, so a memorandum of understanding guiding your relationship, like a contract, just stating what should happen at the initial stages. And confidence, they talked about collaboration, and I know that the NGO Forum does a lot around collaboration. Are there any lessons from your work in practice that we can glean from and then utilize as a model?
Right. So thank you so much for that question. I think one very important point I would like to underscore is the point that in talking about shifting away from international funds to depend to sustainability, it will not be business as usual. So for those who think that the level of impact or the standard of professionalization that we have attained over the period where we were heavily dependent on international funding will remain the same. It's quite unfortunate, but that will not be the case. And what that means is we'll need to start putting on our thinking caps to really understand how the future or what the future would look like and how we can quickly reorganize ourselves to be able to survive what is coming. In terms of international funding, because I come from speaking on behalf of the INGOs, there is a lot that is going on, and it's not just national NGOs that is going through it. So the international NGOs are also going through the same period of restructuring due to dwindling funds. Even the UN system. The UN system is also going through its own restructuring. For those who follow global policy, you have heard about the UN80. What the UN80 is about is also the UN system also re-strategizing how it can restrict itself to be able to provide more impact. Because at the end of the day, when we talk about sustainability, most times we look at the survival of the entity, the NGO or the CSO. But it takes a lot of strength, mental strength to really translate that to what that impact would be on the South population who we are actually supporting. So in putting those people in mind, it means we as ourselves will have to take, some beating. We'll have to take some beatings so that we can continue effectively providing these supports to this undeserved population. And like Friday has mentioned, collaboration. He has mentioned co-sharing space. He has mentioned social enterprise. But I think there are more conversations that needs to be had in terms of collaboration with the population. If you look at most international NGOs, for which I know
some national NGOs also do the same. On their websites, you will always see a button, donate, which is driving individual donation to sustain the work that they do. A couple of international NGO, one MSF, for example, which is Doctors Without Borders, 70% of their global funds come from individual donations and not from government, institutional donors. Give Directly also have similar models. I know a lot of national NGOs here in Nigeria have the donate button as well on their websites, but if you really investigate, sometimes you see that it's not functional. When you click it, it doesn't take you anywhere. So I think there will be a need for a lot of work for those who have websites to see how they can fundraise or let's say crowd raise. Because when we talk about collaborations, most times we think it's NGO to NGO. But sometimes collaboration could be between you and your society, between you and your community, which is something I think would really help in terms of building our resources. And that brings me to the issue of transparency. So I'm coming to my community to say, give me money, I want to do A, B, C, and D. In the past, when I've gotten funding from other sources, will my community be able to point to my organization being responsible for A, B, C, and D? So that comes to the issue of transparency, accountability, and even communication. For all the projects we have been doing over the years, what is the impact? And how well have we been able to communicate those impacts to our communities? I know we do a lot of communication between donors and NGOs, but how well do we communicate to our community? So that you are coming back to them and say, able to handle evidence of the work that we have. Thank you.
Thank you. So he mentioned the importance of transparency and accountability. I'm going to come to that. I found that very important for the next point. But just so we don't lose out on those mobilization strategies that have been mentioned, there are other things. So for instance, a lot of us do workshops, but they are free workshops. And we charge a bit on those workshops. Perhaps it will even make it be more esteemed in the eyes of people. And then I remember reading somewhere about webinars that sometimes for even the webinar sessions that we hold, that instead of making them free, you could even tell people, look, any amount it is, even if it's 500 naira, even if it's 1,000 naira, you must pay something to join this webinar. These are also some ways just getting money. I'm not saying you should charge 500, I'm not saying you should charge 1,000, just putting it out there. Then to Confidence's point of transparency and accountability, I think that's very important when we speak when we're talking about this next point of crowdfunding. So, like I said, I'm speaking on the assumption that since we're all in the NGO space and we do know what is going on, that we do know a bit about crowdfunding, but they're going to speak about it. And then he mentioned the importance of transparency and accountability. So I'm going to strategy crowdfunding. For crowdfunding, have you experienced, have you read about that you could share with the audience? You know, something.
So what So going back to some what we have an advantage of the South is that it so if we deploy our energy to
you. But I also like the fact that you mentioned the importance of mentorship and then you highlighted other issues as well. Friday, so I'm just going to go back to crowdfunding because I have seen it as an innovative way and I've seen different things. So, for instance, I know that one thing that I saw that I think I laughed about was, for instance, if you can ask people in an office, for instance, that okay, since you're dedicated to this cause, so let's say I work on a thematic issue. It could be an environmental issue. Can I speak to restaurants around me and then say, look, this is the cause I'm trying to promote. Like, can you partner with me on this cause in relation to that? You could also speak to the workers in your organization and say, at this time of dwindling donor funds, I don't know, can you volunteer for things? Are you for instance, if the salary is reasonable, to give a portion of the salary, 2% of your salary every month, or maybe for 3 months, maybe for 6 months to a certain cause, starting from the executive director to others. These are just some of the ways. Abroad, I know that sometimes people do run, they can take the marathon, you can with your boss on something, you can to grow a peer, to you can bring your office space out. So, for instance, let's say a very nice movie comes out and you think people are interested in that movie or a documentary pertaining to your organization's cause, and then you tell people, okay, we want you to watch it, but can you bring 1,500 to watch it? People can pay for Netflix, for instance, on the internet. Who says they can't bring out money to raise certain funds? But like I said, transparency and accountability would have to be at the core of that conversation. But these are just some ideas I found interesting. Friday, I don't know if you just want to mention others that you've seen that you feel we can tailor.
Just to start on a lighter note, I think I was very careful to say social enterprise in Nigeria is a tough one. I was very careful to say that because while I was growing up, there is this. I like the fact you also mentioned the products conversation. If you don't have product, the point is most of us as civil society, we don't think in that direction. We only just think about the money. But two things I'll say. While I was growing up, it's also that man that says, I want to sell a book on how to make 1 million naira. If you check that man, he doesn't have 1 million naira. We're selling a product. I mean, secondly, it will interest you to know that social enterprise, when we had our accountability incubator program, we eventually switched off that program for some certain reasons because it was about how to also sustain them. When we teach on innovation, you find out in the room there's nothing really innovative from my own experience. These are just recycled ideas with icing on the cake here and there. But again, to move on to the space, I'm proud to be proud to this year. Maybe the same value are not passing proud. Just to go back, products for me will be I think it's about webinars or not about what's the other thing you mentioned? Workshops or any other thing you can offer, like you mentioned the hotel. But everybody here in some spaces have a story to sell. Who agrees to that? So for my organization, we invest a lot in storytelling because all the work you all do in communities, you need to tell the story. That is the story that fits into the $1, the $2 that comes from. I mean, you mentioned crowdfunding. There's a partner in Abuja, the German, I've forgotten their name. One of the things I found out from them, the funds that they get comes from the Protestant church in Germany. So it's taxpayers' money that come because you're able to tell your story. Your story is that product, which makes them not have sentiments for you. And no matter what you do in this room, if funding doesn't come, problems will still be there in the communities that are working. The problem, so we have to be able to tell those stories as products so you can also get funding. Innovative ways. I've had conversations with a couple of donors, interesting ones who want to fund it. But one of the things they always give us feedback is that sometimes when you write something yourself, proposals, you write stories, we don't know how to frame them. So if they see this thing, they just shift your paper and go to the next until they find the person that's able to sell their own story to them. So they fund you. Secondly, we'll be on the issue last year 2024 and 2025. Traumatizing for me, very depressing. I tell this story everywhere I go. We don't do work on budgets, but we do work around service delivery and connecting citizens to what they need to get. But when you look at the national budget, how many of us have had chance to even look at your state budget? I mean, you will win. Yes, you will win. What is thing about this? We visited one of the minister advocacy visits. He used to be on this side of civil society. And one of the things he mentioned that we don't expect him to start doing accountability work. He's not a politician. But he said in that all has to understand that while we're doing all of these things, another social enterprise innovative way is to look into the budget and see what fits your organization, the government can fund it. If you work in terms of a consultancy or a contract with the government to deliver service, maybe products to say, the government can fund it because a couple of these sense was, you guys are sitting here, all the guys from abroad, foreign and come to make all the contracts, and you want to stay in the same responsibilities. So there's a place for some organization who provides services as small as monitoring and evaluation to government agencies. They provide services as small as what do you call it, infographics. They take money for service. I mean, you are not just raise fund for your organization to continue doing your work. The last thing I'll end with is around cryptocurrency. Did anybody by chance participate in MSAS process? Let me see your hand. I'm not going to report you to yes. But again, how do people that participated in MSAS being funded? Because they had a story to tell, they had a cause they were working for. So people everywhere around the world were willing to fund them through those kind of innovative ways, which is crypto. It's more traceable, it survives the timeline of maybe the weather of what do you call it, inflation, economic downturns, once you have your money which you can have to engage. But two things like that I've said, we should more focus on using artificial intelligence to tell our stories, to write our proposals. I'm not advising use it, that's not to say we can't push that one away. But be careful not to just give it. How do we say this thing in tech? Garbage in and garbage out. You need to actually work in turn to feed it in properly, communicate with it until you get your story out and make it the product which you can sell. The second is find ways to tell your stories. Maybe I'll just add this to the end. My cousin and I did a solar thing for one of the hospitals in my village. She was able to tell the story of that primary health care center, and we got crowdfunded. Sometimes you don't have to wait for donor funding, but just find a way to tell your story as a product and use tech. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, confidence. You talked about artificial intelligence. I don't know whether you want to just expand on that a bit, at least for people who may not have joined the bandwagon yet of using artificial intelligence. So perhaps what tools they can use, how they can use things like that.
Yeah, so for artificial intelligence, I think it's quite an interesting conversation for CSOs, because in a way, we'll be coming back to the professionalization of the sector and cutting aside those grassroots communities that do not really have access to AI. So I think if we want AI to be widely accepted by the sector, it's something that we must ensure that the education spreads wide and goes to the grassroots so that it's being able to be utilized by the CSO community. And like he has mentioned, AI is a useful tool that can help you do a lot, even particularly around storytelling. There is a lot that you can use AI to do in terms of storytelling, although AI cannot completely replace the human element when it comes to storytelling. But AI can be used for storytelling. Also, there are also some AI integrations that could be done on your website that can even actively engage with potential donors. So someone comes on your website and without you in marketing, there's something they call sales funnel, where you practically guide a customer towards making the purchase. So that can also be achieved through AI without even your presence. So you can just integrate it into your website, and when somebody clicks your link, automatically a message pops up. What do you want to know more about our organization? Click here, and then they start getting information. So there are many creative ways that can be done, but what it means is a lot of research needs to go into it for how it suits your particular organization. But before I pass off the mic, coming back to the issue of crowdfunding, particularly here in Anambra State, I think I was having a conversation with a friend or let's say a colleague yesterday, and then she made a very interesting observation that the East have a lot of people in diaspora that return towards the end of the year in December, basically, every year, and they come back to the East. In my mind, I was thinking that this is even a good crowd raising opportunity to target these persons who have returned. Every year, we hear the federal government talking about diaspora remittances coming into the country. That could also be a source of funding for CSOs. Like what they mentioned, cryptocurrency. If they say they don't have cash, all their assets are stored in crypto. You present them with your crypto wallets. If you don't have cash, I have a wallet that you can also channel these funds to. So I think it's something that CSOs should also look into, creating your crypto wallet. So in case you encounter a potential donor who says, "Oh, I'm not liquid at the moment, all my assets are stored in crypto," we present them with an easy alternative. Here is my crypto wallet. Fund me through this. But lastly, again, in terms of the reawakening of the reality that we are currently facing, it's coming down to the issue of putting money where it is most needed. I think in this point I'm about to make, I would get a lot of haters, but at the end of the day, a lot of you will love me for it, which comes to impact again. Because when you talk about crowdfunding, people want to know what their money is being spent on, particularly from the INGO side. What my organization is currently doing, we are embarking on a no per diem policy for workshops. So exactly. I need to get that reaction. So we're embarking on a no per diem policies for workshop. We are also embarking on a process where before you organize a workshop, you have to explain in details what the participants will benefit from this workshop.
Because most times, the reason why we go to workshops and expect per diems is because we know that we won't benefit anything. So instead of my time to be wasted, let me get the small transport reimbursement that I'll be giving. But if we start tailoring our programming towards the way that participants know that they will benefit significant knowledge or be able to contribute to change or to a cause, they will then be willing to participate without the expectation of a reimbursement. So for my own side, that's just our own what we are working on. We're currently carrying down this advocacy, even down to government to say if we're inviting you for our jobs, please do not expect reimbursements. Although it's a gradual process, we'll definitely get there, but we'll have to change that system bit by bit. And then lastly, to the credit of the federal government and also to the 10th National Assembly. I know I've said lastly a lot, apologies. The new tax bills that was passed granted a level of tax concessions to businesses that contribute to civil society organizations or for charity. So which means you can go to an organization, they contribute to your CSO, and they're able to get some tax rebates from the government in terms of how their tax would then be calculated. Although we are currently making advocacies for that to also expand to individuals, because in other countries where we see a lot of individual contributions to charity, to civil societies, those individuals also get some tax rebates from the government as well. But kudos to the Nigerian government, they have started with companies. So companies can contribute to your organizations and get tax deductions. So that's a good plus. So let's take advantage of that plus, reach out to these companies as part of their corporate social responsibilities. You can give them your proposals and also add that in case they don't know, you can even educate them to say, if you give us such and such amounts, this can also be reduced from your tax expectations from the government, while we also continue the advocacy on this side to see how it can also be extended to individuals as well. Thank you.
Okay, so I think Confidence mentioned some important points. You know, the need still strengthen relationships, the need for collaborative partnerships, corporates, whether it's government, whether it's donors. He spoke about budget adjustments, so maybe we prioritize to the most focal pieces of impact. He also talked about the value-added taxes that will take effect from June 2025. So just know that in relation to what he said, I know that companies that make up to 50 million would not be taxed. If there's a form of rebates for small businesses that earn 50 million. If it's above that, I'm not too sure about the percentages, but I know with that particular group, they do have an exemption. So just looking at the infographics on what the value added tax actually means to you, following that model of social enterprise. So I'm going to go to that point of budget adjustments in terms of innovative strategies and perhaps be auditing to the most important bits. So Jude, I don't know whether you want to speak a bit more about artificial intelligence. If there's anything here that we haven't missed that you feel is important, and then maybe the budget adjustment, as he said, and where we can channel that to. Thank you.
You are watching it. I think brother was watching it. So I think you don't say, the project in Imo State, and we did with collaboration of the embassy. We brought 26 million, we brought 1 million. And when they came to expect that, it was solar light project, we planted 100 solar lights in one rural community and we saved their safety. So when they sent their person to audit, went around and saw the 100, he counted them, the 100 posts with the standards we did and all that. And then had to bring the ambassador to come and so the Japanese ambassador came to that post and they planted a lot of the city. And that project, what project is talking to us about what we can. So giving those levels of disability based on sin is also to champion some of this. One thing that we thought would ask already. One thing. What
We're taking questions now. I don't know if people want to. Okay, number one, number 2, number 3, number 4. Is there another person? No person from this side. 5. Okay, that's fine. Number 1.
And then we will work with Satellite Foundation for Community Development in Ebonyi State. So first of all, I have one question for global rights. I just wanted to confirm that we have the regulatory agencies represented here. Okay. Thank you. So my question is regarding the establishment of social enterprises. So our organization, we just recently started a facility for girls where they can launch businesses after they've received skills training from our partners. So I wanted to understand the legal implication of doing this. So are we supposed to continue working? Yes. Are we supposed to continue working as a non-profit organization, or should we switch and change to register again with TAC as a social enterprise? Thank you.
I think that question is better addressed at the session where they have regulatory.
But are you registered as an incorporated trustees or limited by guarantee? Incorporated trustees. Okay, so that's guidance for our CSA, right? Number 2.
Actually, she took that question off my list because I was wondering that being a social enterprise is not the same thing as being an NGO. And then I wanted to know what the regulatory framework is like. Meanwhile, my name is Nendaya, and I work in an NGO called Kara Development Foundation.
Thank you very much. So, Barrister Salisu, those 2 questions in one, waiting for you in the third.
Then number 3. Soon everyone. Executive Director for Social Human Development Foundation. I heard the moderator saying you have to kind of, those people do business, you can get some kind of a webinar where people contribute and all that. So here in Southeast is a commercial zone, and people in diaspora will want to support. So where do you draw the line when you mention NGO? Everybody in their mindset, even the layman, somebody who is in the streets, believe that you people have the money, even those in the diaspora. So where do you draw the line? Because this is a mentality of every person, most people, not like I'm generalizing, in Southeast here. They feel you have the money. Then I also want to ask the INGO person. You people provide, I don't know whether I'm getting it right, INGO. People provide mentorship for several civil society organizations. I want to ask, since CSOs are struggling for funding, why is your registration fee to be part of, to provide the mentorship? Why is it so high? You will have different kind of like premium standards, all those kind of things. Why is it so high? Considering that this CSO also need help. So why don't it be so less for CSOs to be able to get a mentorship from your organization? Thank you.
Number 4.
Number 4.
Thank you very much, Brenda and our panelists. Well done. Okay, so my question is this.
One more person.
Cyprus from here.
Go back to number 3 because I was writing on this. You can get the point. I was writing number 2. Can you just mention what you said? Just be
This sentence is very long.
I'm founder and executive director of Tomorrow is Again Initiative, Ebonyi State, Nigeria. And the question is, my organization. Okay, so we produce usable parts as a solution for Okay, so I was saying that we normally produce reusable sanitary pads for girls, in underserved communities, and because we know that pads are very expensive and all that. So our question, our concern is, okay, we've been trying to be innovative about also raising funds for the organization, and we know NGOs are not supposed to sell. So at what points, how do we navigate this process to be sure that we're not crossing the boundaries as organizations who are not supposed to sell? That is number one question. Number two question is, how do we work with governments without looking as if we are siding anybody or without looking as if we are being political? So we have issues where you're having an activity and you want the government presence in your program, and then government comes and then they want you to put their face in the banner, maybe as this person or as that, and then it's now beginning to look like a political program. And by that way, you're not losing the very essence of the program. In fact, some people will even avoid the program because you're involving government. So you mentioned as a suggestion that we could also work with government, consultancy, and all of that. How are we able to draw the lines? And finally, I was thinking that our deputy speaker will be here when I actually make this point, because I'm from Ebonyi State, and in Ebonyi State,
pressing him the time.
Okay.
If the question is addressed to him, then we'll defer that question. So these panelists have the time to answer other people's.
All right. That's my two questions.
All right. So I'm just going to start off with confidence, and then I'm going to give the floor to Friday and Jude. They want to say anything to my audience has asked, and I will try.
I'm sorry, Brenda. I think we want to take one more question
Okay.
from our colleagues here. Then you can address everything.
Okay.
Right. So who is asking the question? Okay.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for the explanations, the panelists. And we, the deaf people, we've learned a whole lot of things. And also, we've learned a whole lot of things. And also, thank you for the global rights for inviting us. And now, I have two questions. So, the first question I have, you know that we are the persons with disability, and some of us do have our own NGO in different states in the Southeast. So now the question is that, why is that the government has no interest in partnering with the
persons with disability NGO and wants to go for them to partner with us, they'll say, no, that they don't want to partner with the deaf people, they want to partner with other people. So what and why is the reason the government always dispatch them away not to partner with them, with some deaf people that have their own NGO? That's the first question. So the second question, so when we write our own budget and submit to them and about the deaf NGO, and the end of the day approve a very small amount of money, but you give other people a very large amount of money. So why is it that? Because we see it as a discrimination against us. So, but we all are all one, and all of us have our own different NGOs. But at the end of the day, we are being treated like we are not important to the society. So that's the question he's asking. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So Confidence, we'll just start with you in responding.
All right, so to address 3 questions, which was mentioned that the regulators will also address, basically as non-profit organizations, they are not supposed to engage in businesses. So to engage in a business, you need to register as a company limited by guarantee, which means all profits made in that company will be reinvested into the company, and profit is not shared to directors. But I think the CSC rep will share more lights in that conversation. Regarding the issue of mentorship from the International NGO Forum, the INGO Forum offers a mentorship program through its promoting local response capacities, which is the PLRCAP. And that program is specifically targeted to CSOs, and it is completely free of charge. The membership fee you talk about is membership fee specifically for other international NGOs who want to be members of the INGO Forum. And that also goes out largely to speak to the level of value or impact that we think we provide. So if we think we have that value to provide to you, you should be willing to pay for that service. So that is why we charge that for international NGOs who want to become members of the forum. But our capacity building project, which is targeted towards CSOs, it is completely free. And a call for application is usually put out every year for new CSOs to apply. So it's something you should also look out for. Then in terms of having cryptocurrencies and the security challenges it poses, I would like to do a very quick survey in the room for those who have the phone numbers of their DPOs. Here, just raise your hand up. The house where you live, the closest police station to your house, you have the phone number of the DPO. All right, so I see a lot of people have phone numbers with DPOs. So we know most times police will say the police is a friend, but the reality is different. But I still think it is beneficial to have the contact of police officers within the vicinity that you stay. Establishing that relationship puts you far away from discriminations or harassment when it happens. Because when issues like this happen, you can easily click a call to your DPO who will be able to speak to your character because they already know you from the area where you stay. So most times advocates, as a security measure generally, police have contacts or policemen that stay around you who will be able to speak to your character. When you are held by police, they'll be able to say, we know this person, he stays in this community, and this is what and what he does. And with that, you'll be able to mitigate that harassment as a measure. I think I've addressed those questions.
Yeah, so Fred, I'm just going to give you the opportunity to give last words and just address things quickly.
Quickly. I think I hear everybody in the room who asked the question, but again, very importantly is the perception we have about NGO, which Dr. Chidi mentioned earlier on. I think we need to disabuse our mind on some of the expectations. Incentivization, like you mentioned on your budget for per diem, we need to scatter that in. It's, again, I understand, I don't want to give a story. I was in Ohio Bema like some years ago to do work in one community. Maybe we were getting in. Some boys were angry that we were coming. They were angry not for us bringing development or bringing knowledge to them, but they wanted to be, they thought we were coming to drill oil in their community. So also give them funding. We say we don't have money. So it's something that's happening in our communities around Nigeria. So again, civil society tries to adapt that. If you organize meetings, some people will not show up, but you need to somehow incentivize the process. So I mean, we need to disabuse our mind around that issue. Police brutality, I think you mentioned it. We need to report those more often. The legitimacy of NGOs and perception from the public. We've seen what happened during the USAID stop work order. It was one of the things that came in from National Assembly. Everybody, there was a communique that came out. Edos, I don't know if you remember. There was this communique that came and said they were summoning people to come because they wanted to begin to look into our books, thinking we have money. Because it's already a perception. I think we all need to change that. Fundraising, I think, is a good idea, but you need to fundraising for disabled parts. I think is a good idea, but you need to think through who you are speaking with. Some people are willing to fund. I think you also mentioned on using faces on your posters. It's not allowed to use faces for logos. There must be an MOU or partnership agreement on what you should do and what you should not do in those kind of conversations. So you are seen to be apolitical. Inclusion and advocacy for PWDs. Again, just like Dr. Chidi mentioned, I think civil society is not ours, it's for the communities. Once we begin to see the problems and leave civil society alone, leave NGOs alone, just look at the problems that you are advocating or fighting for and push that as a conversation in the forefront. My last conversation, my last roundup will be like the money is not coming anywhere. But what we have is power, we have collaboration, we have strategy, we have technology. I think if we're disciplined enough and transparent enough in our dealings, in our organizations, in our civil society inputs, we'll be able to even manage 1 million to create change. We don't even need 100 million, but just disciplined enough to manage budget to create the change we want. We don't need that permission, but let's keep doing what we do. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Jude.
With our brothers and sisters from the deaf community. It's totally understandable because even those who are seemingly not living with disabilities, related so yours is living loss. And that is why it's important to have this kind of conversations.
Comments in 2026. We talked about, crowdfunding, no problem. Or, but, like, that's by virtual meetings. Things like that. But, collaborations, like, of understanding, like I said. So the thing myself, very much. And so exactly.
I think the questions for this particular panel were almost as good as the panel discussions themselves. Yes, and just how they receive a lot of space for creativity in terms of defining what kind of ability, what kind of funding, right? You can create for your organization. So as we know, some people during this session asked questions that were more fitting for this final panel session. In my experience with regional conferences, the regulatory and legislative panels tend to have the most engagement because people use that opportunity almost like therapy. Just say, I have this problem. I try registering it. I try getting this. That's one of us. Exactly. Pretty much. And since some of the conversation with some of the people in the room is already obtaining around social enterprise and how to structure that, and what the legal requirements around that are, I'm very glad to say we have an esteemed panel that will handle the subject matter. Sustaining partnerships was legislative and regulatory action for improved CS operations. Yes. Yes, a very, very senior, a very senior learned friend of mine who has a lot of experience the on the national NGO side, on the donor funding side, on the public interest litigation side, and on the research side. So he knows all the angles. Yes, it's an all-round American. So she's trying to get to have no, so that's no, you go. You introduce science, you have 40 minutes to go through. Oh, I see. Okay. Dr. Ben, I'm sorry I've already put you on the spot, but before we take your panel, we just want everyone to just stand up and stretch it. They need to, not much, not much. So if we can all stand, we'll do this for 3 minutes. 9 minutes. Okay. Yes. Uh, so that's the
can stretch, can move around, you can. Oh. You can think about it. Right outside. So let's talk about the apps. So the things that you are going to hear, they are going to be a bit technical. So feel free if you have any questions to ask afterwards. But I know that Dr. Ben and Stanley will do their utmost to break down all of the guidance and all of the regulatory technicalities as much as possible. Without further ado, Dr. Ben, you go.
Thank you.
Floor is yours, sir.
Can we put our hands together for the MCs? Please clap for them. I hope what I'm saying here is not an this opportunity to sincerely thank us. So interestingly, we are starting to do- so I want to do this very fast so that you close the program and go and do your lunch dinner, what to do for dinner. So welcome Honorable Senator, Chairman Committee on Civil Society.
Second person is very wise. It's not in the wrong. Third person is using no. Since we are like Francis. Francis, my brother Sanusi, is very close to me. I want him to start by I hope that
So much has been said. When the session was going on, I almost jumped out of my seat to try and answer some of your questions, which I look forward to. And we thank God, first of all, for our lives. And the good people of Anambra State hosted us, the Committee of Practice as well as Global Rights. I bring compliments from our Registrar General, Hussein Isaac Magaji, SAN. Generally, we have gone through most of the state in this country on this regulatory compliance, some even self-regulations and a lot of things for civil societies. We try to make participants understand the kind of business that they want to do. Some questions that were asked here are basically not for civil societies. Some are for personal businesses. You should understand there are different modes of registration. If you are into business, you should not be here. If you are into contracts, you should not be here. The only people that I expect here are charitable organizations, human rights activists as such. So in as much as the Constitution guarantees freedom of association, it does not guarantee certain names. You have to go through regulations. When you present yourself as a civil society, your house should be tiny. You can't keep your house dirty and come out and you start shouting to government, you must do this, you must do this. Every Nigerian, not even the members of the National Assembly, even the government agencies, they are your partners. When there is breach of the fundamental right, they tend to stand for us. 2 days ago, there was police, that happened, protest. The police, yes, as they say, is your friend, but some of us, maybe they have one bad experience or the other, but that does not mean we will not stand behind them when they are right in being infringed. So let me not take much time. I have a lot to say. There are two things that I want to clear the impression. There is somebody that mentioned ASUS registration, that is thrift. We normally don't, the commission doesn't register thrift. It's normally regulated by Securities and Exchange Commission. It's not thrift. When you want to register a business and you mention thrift, the commission doesn't register it. Thrift is ASUS for everybody that knows. I have one experience with someone in my place. He bought all this mod ASUS thrift. He kept it in his house. His children he used to give his children money, 5,000, 4,000, all the time to keep in the ASUS. They did that, they will break it. They broke it and sold 2,000 naira, for which they knew they have put more than 2,000 naira in that ASUS. They say, what happened? And they know nobody broke it. It's still a mystery. Nobody knows they kept the money in it. There was no explanation whatsoever. So that's what people think. CNC services, nobody is at your doorstep. The lady that mentioned that you have to go through a solicitor to do some statutory filings. We always say in a lot of our forums that organizations should have compliance officers, not necessarily lawyers. You can have somebody that you train, charter secretary, or anybody to be handling your compliance issues. When the time is right, he knows when to file the returns, he knows when to do this, do this. Filing of annual return is not just making money, it's to inform government that you are in existence. If you don't do that, it means you are not in existence, you are doing misrepresentations. And the reason why most entities come to file annual returns is because they are being checked by donor agencies or visas. When they are rejected visas, they rush. I'm inactive. When they say filing of annual return, that is not about the money. It's to tell the government that you are doing. You cannot register an entity for someone if you are not an agent. You understand? Once you enter the CNC portal, you want to register a business, it automatically makes you a director if you are not an agent, a public user. This is to safeguard the agents. You understand? So what the lady was saying earlier that services you have to teach a lawyer before you could get CNC services is actually the wrong impression. There are some processes that you go by which you can easily do in the comfort of your home. For example, you can register a limited liability company, you can register an NGO, you can register a company limited by guarantee, provided that you are one of the directors as a public user. Though of late, it's migrated from, which I will apologize for that, from the CNC Intelligent Registration Portal, which is in its development. Once you submit, it is not human being that will approve the name for you. It is now AI. The AI is developing by the day. That is why some people try to take advantage of the AI, submitting Boko Haram training school, and the AI approve them, which eventually we don't register such. The AI is a development, so it's a developmental stage that we are going, but it's learning now over time. We are doing some registration. So as we go further, let me not take much time because I've taken a lot of time starting this.
Thank you. I want to go to the honorable member who is here with us. Honorable, we are in the process of constitutional review. And I know there's quite a lot, especially in terms of amending the constitution. there have also been discussions about regulation of civil society organizations and the issue of item 32 of the Constitution, which the senior advocate is actually discussing about. So is it possible for us to just give us probably some of the views currently in the National Assembly to amend the Constitution that you think would likely affect the activities of CSOs in Nigeria? Thank you.
As you all know, this time around we are in the public hearing for the entire region. Almost they have selected some members to go to the various regions, some region divided into to go and listen the view of the citizens concerning the issue of constitutional amendment, because we are all representing Nigerians. We cannot do anything without the view of the Nigerians, particularly the civil society. In the current situation, I don't think there is any amendment that relate to civil society, because if I can recall, one of our members bring the bill for the regulatory agency concerning the civil society, because we are always taking, I said earlier, about the issue we are facing in Nigeria through international NGO. That's why we are worried about we need to have the single entity that regulated the activities of the NGO in Nigeria, because of to protect the interests of our country. But immediately when the member read the bill, some members oppose the bill, and the speaker asked the bill to step down. We don't have, in the current situation, we don't have any bill related to civil society. But concerning the topic we are talking about, the sustaining the partnership between the legislative and the regulatory agency for the CSO, I think we're already a partner, because we make laws that govern the activities of all those regulatory agencies. As I said before during my goodwill message, any law is subject to amendment. If there is any law that is top to the civil society or the give you challenges during your activities, you can contact the House, particularly this committee, because this committee is mainly established for the civil society. We have to be very engaged between the committee and the civil society, so that we are the first people that will listen to you and forward your complaint to our presiding officers to look at the way out. Thank you.
Okay, so let me go to EFCC. I know that you're working very hard. Currently, the activities of CSCC is now digitalized. The good news we're hearing is that certificates are now issued electronically. But there are a lot of people who have also complained that they have applied, for school meal certificate for 3 months now, and it has not been resolved. So what's the issue? It's not the process. Why do you still need to delay for about 3 months before you get your certificate?
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Joshua Edward Mansa. Thank God I'm the head of the ICT in school, so I'm in charge of managing the database of all the registration in school. So people that have applied, the process of application with school is online. You don't need even a third party to stand in for you to get it applied. We have received so many reports. School is being paid. Honestly speaking, the registration for school is free, absolutely free. Now, at any point,
very much for having me in this conversation. My name is Matthew Osanipu, the Director of Field Operations
the country department FRS. I want to especially thank Mr. Edoza. Make a lot of effort to make me to be part of this conference, and I'm glad to be here. I want to say that we actually have partnered with the CSOs, the NGOs, and non-profit organizations in the past. And actually, I'm one of the ambassadors of CSOs in FRS. And that was when I was a tax policy. Now I'm given a higher responsibility. So, but because of what I do, my job also relates to training and also ensuring that our field office do the thing they need to do correctly and rightly. And that's why I'm here. So from your question, I want to start from this booklet. Because like I told Mr. Doza, I need to quickly correct some impression and also correct some mindset about tax administration. I want to thank God that we have a legislation in the House. Federal Inland Revenue Service is established by the Act of Parliament 2007 as amended. And what we do is that we don't create the laws. So what we do is to administer the provisions of the law as enacted by the National Assembly. So we have a mandate. So another thing I've also been telling some of our friends in this space is that a lot of friends and colleagues and associates want to establish an entity without asking relevant questions. For those of us that understand that there is distinction between a person and a legal personality. So when you are a legal personality, you have come to the highest of government, especially when you are registered with Corporate Affairs Commission as government trustee or limited by guarantee. So when you are registered, it means you are now visible to government. So with that registration, we're expected to obtain a thing, tax allocation number, right? Automatically before we begin to operate. So I've also seen a lot of our colleagues in this space not going through proper registration. So before you take a step to even register any NGO or CSO, ask relevant question. It's not even Nigeria that just rush to register without having to ask relevant questions relating to that entity they are setting up. Now, for us in FRS, our mandate is to assess, to collect, to account, and to enforce the provisions of the tax laws, and also collect taxes applicable to the federation, and also taxes applicable to the federal government. Two legs. Taxes applicable to the federation, that is, we collect taxes related to companies, taxes related to those entities that are registered under CSC that are doing trade or business. So if you are in this space and you do not involve in trade or business, you are exempt from tax. Pursuant to the provisions of Section 23 of the current law, Company Income Tax Act, you are exempt. As long as you do not dwell into what? Trade or business. Now, resident of FCT, we have, prior to a few years ago, all residents of FCT pay taxes to FRS. But after the enactment of FCT-IRS Establishment Act, so all the residents of FCT pay taxes to what? To FCT-IRS. Now, FRS also collects taxes relating to armed forces, to police, the military, the Navy, the Air Force, the Army, all foreign mission. Those are ambassadors that are actually outside the country. So those ones are taxes collected by FRS, and also non-resident individuals and non-resident companies. So why I said I need to correct the impression is that when it gets to payee, FRS only collects payee that relates to police, and the armed forces, and also non-resident individuals and those in foreign mission. So when you get to payee is paid in what we call the principle of place of residence. So when you are resident in Anambra State, you pay your payee to Anambra State. If you are resident in Imo State, you pay your payee to Imo State. So ditto for capital gain tax. FRS collect capital gain tax relating to transaction disposal, relating to companies. But when it relates to disposals, related to individuals, it goes to states. So just to correct that impression, so payee, the place of residence, go to state internal revenue service, right? While FRS collects only company income taxes, value-added tax, stamp duties related to companies, capital gains related to companies, right? While the state collects capital gains related to individuals, stamp duties related to individuals, all right? While FRS also collect taxes related to non-resident, that is, non-resident individuals and non-resident companies. Another thing I want to say is that the law is very clear. Now the provisions in CETA have said those that are engaged in activity. So the taxman look at your activity. So if you engage in activity related to charitable activity, right, intervention, advocacy, and all that relate to educational activity, that relate to religious activity, provided with a provision that you do not engage into trade or business. So I was shaking my head when someone was mentioning about fee. When you begin to charge a fee, it means you are delving into trade and business. So we let's be very careful. The provisions of CANA is different from the provisions of tax. Taxation is based on the language, and so based on the provisions as enacted by lawmakers. So our job is to administer the provisions of the law. So if your job, if you are in this space and you are into advocacy, humanitarian intervention, you are NGO, MPO, CSOs, and you do not engage in trade or business, you don't pay tax. So whatever I expect you to do is to file your annual returns for visibility. Because you find out that a lot of some NGOs, let me say a lot, some NGOs do also engage in trade or business. So when you engage in trade or business, that provision, we have a judgment, Methodist Church against FRS. When you engage to trade or business, so that portion that relates to trade or business is subject to taxation. Very clear, very clear. So in compliance of this, for experience to do business, just face your CSO business, face your effective relation and all that. So that is the way it works. So for value-added tax, let me quickly end with this one. Value-added tax. For value-added tax, the law is very clear. You are currently listed in the third schedule of Value-Added Tax Act that the goods relating to humanitarian donor-funded, projects are taxed at 0%. That is, it's subject to tax at 0%. That is when you are charging, you are raising invoice is 0%. But now with the new law, it now will move because of your advocacy. That now will move to the exemption list. So no more VAT for goods relating to humanitarian funded agencies now under exemption. But for services, look at the language of the law. I said the tax man, look at the law. The law that we have currently only relates to goods relating to humanitarian funded, donor funded projects. The law does not exempt services from VAT. The lawmakers enacted the law. So there's need for advocacy here, more advocacy that is to also push that all services related to CSOs and all that should also be exempt from VAT. So current law, as we have it, say goods are also goods that we define as tangible item that is visible to the eyes. Right? So when you do services, the lawmakers are there. They enacted the law. So when you engage in services, VAT is chargeable. The goods relates to humanitarian donor funding agencies are exempt from tax. Also, for visibility, also the law also enacted by National Assembly also requests that you will filing your returns every month. Just file your returns every month, and it's very simple now. Through our tax rollback solution, just go in there, get registered, or the comfort of your home. You can file your returns. Just file name. I'm not into trade or business. Annual returns. Just prepare your accounts. Income, expenditure. I also agree with Prof. You don't make profits. You only do income, expenditure, whether surplus or deficit. Then file your returns annually in the comfort of your Zoom. It's very easy now through our tax rollback system. All right. So, like they will tell you, the ignorance of the law is not an excuse. I was sharing the penalties of HMRC England and that of USC with EDOSA. It's only in Nigeria, our penalty is very small. Failure to file your returns, 25,000 for the month of failure, and 5,000 in subsequent months. In UK, where you don't file your returns, is £100 per day. £100 per day. So if you don't file your returns for 30 days, that's about what? £3,000 per month. So compared to what we have in Nigeria. So that to tell you that compliance is very key. Compliance is very important. So that's why we have these conversations and this conference. So there's need for you to ask questions. Don't just set up an enterprise or this kind of entity because you are already being visible. And see, because of what you do, because of your intervention and all the advocacy that you do, you can see so many government agencies are interested. CSO is interested, EFCC is interested, FIS is interested, because of issue of trust that Prof mentioned earlier this morning. We want to trust you because you are playing a big role. So compliance is very key. It's now seamless. You can go straight online, get your team, file your returns online, annually for communal tax, then also for VAT monthly. Simple. So I think also advocating for self-regulation. So you can do it yourself. So because ignorance of the law is not, let me also correct an impression. Somebody was mentioning about penalties and there was negotiation. Everything about FRS that relates to CSOs is free. Filing of returns is free. T is free. It's when you now, default and we want to look for a way out. The tax man will be waiting for you. But there's another avenue, rights to management, right to executive chairman. There's a provision in the law, section 32 of FRS Establishment Act, that gives him the power to waive. You don't need to negotiate with anybody. Please, because that's what I do now, do not negotiate with anybody. Rights to the executive chairman. They look at your case. If your case is genuine, they can waive penalties. He has the power. Under section 32 FRS Establishment Act, subsection 4. Very clear that the chairman can use his power, discretion, to waive remittance or to remit, but don't negotiate with anybody. So for this space, I'm one of your advocates, I'm one of your ambassadors. Through Global Rights, I've asked him to compile some names and we can push. If you have problems, you can push for waiver, but I'm not guaranteeing. It depends on, the circumstance behind your case. So do not negotiate. It's not allowed. It's against that's what I'm preaching everywhere. Right to Abuja, where you have defaulted. So the chairman can look at your case and based on his powers that is before him, he can do justice to your problem. But we can also come as a community of practice, under one umbrella and project your issues and your issues will be sorted out. Sincerely, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen in this room, ignorance of the law, as enacted by our National Assembly, is not an excuse. Thank you very much.
It's about you to a lot of us now. Dr. Kelechi Okezi, where do we go from here? Because the situation of civil society organization. In this panel, how many regulatory agencies here? 4 against 1. Starting by the last count, over 20 regulatory bodies just focusing on one entity. And we have been made to understand that even as a citizen, you have no visibility until government gives you visibility. And honestly, that as CSO, that is doing humanitarian service, you have no visibility until government confers visibility. That's why we have a lot of challenges in the society today. You see non-state actors that are taking up arms against the government because the government has failed in its duties of carrying the citizens along in the processes, even the process of legislation. That is the challenge. We are not saying we are against regulation. No, we're not against regulation. Going for is supporting oversight, not control. You didn't pay us to file all those things. You didn't, you're not, most of us are providing support that government has created. So why should we be victimized and offense without sometimes? You find in CSC, you find in Tavares, you find in Sumo, you find one stop shop. It's in fact to share the information across board. We know the economic situation. You from one organization, it takes time. Uh, that is, these people sorry, sir. This is other plan. You can talk, the other disappear, or you are surprised. So, appointed and president appointed. It's you make a law. Most of us are ignorant. What stops you from reaching out to us? Then the son, look at what they lost. It's us. We will do it. When you press all this organization, look at how many we are here. Each organization here at least is providing employment to one or two Nigerians. And you surprise them. What do you think will happen? So what we are really appealing, understand our situation. We're not against legislation. Leave us alone. Those that were ignorant of the law, that demand, purposely, you put us in ignorance. So, thank you very much. Thanks up. It's end up. Let me start it. So, 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 what so, increase. Stand up there. Check.
All right. Question one.
And find out the people who are making you appear to us as if you're not real. Because as far as I'm concerned, I'm looking at your presentation and I'm thinking that you're not real to me. So just find out. That's my message. I don't I'm not taking the truth. I don't know that. That say free, that is free. Yes, everything is free. So they think I'm asking for some of these things.
So that was the comments, another question, but well noted. Number 3.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you for the wonderful session. Just a question.
Please also tell us your organization and where you are.
It's from Anambra State. I'm an executive director for Decode. Decode is an acronym for National Entrepreneurial Empowerment. Then we are not supposed to pay tax. I tried to apply for tax exemption letter sometime last month and I couldn't get it. They say they don't give NGOs tax exemption letter, but tax clearance. What's the difference and why is it so? Thank you.
Yes, number 4. Good afternoon, everyone. Please just note your question. Yes, my name is Pastor Wokoshan Ozinosen, the Executive Director, Initiative for ID Deployment and Emancipation Leadership in Nigeria, ID Nigeria. My question is very simple, just in line with what my brother there has actually pointed out. Is there a way of rejigging the law? Because the law is made for the people, not for those in government, for people, including those in government. Is there a way we can, starting from here, begin a campaign to say, yes, we know that is what have been overtaxed. We know that they have been overpaid. We know that they have been overstepped. This is the point that we contribute to the development of society. In the same way, we can try for some points and say,
Thank you very much. My name is Ebere Own. I work with Sisters and the Foundation. So I just wanted to ask, it's like a follow-up to what my sister said earlier. Is there like a platform, maybe on YouTube or some social media, where we can be educated about what these things mean? Because honestly, I'm looking at this book and I'm a bit confused about so many things I'm seeing. I've not heard about some of them. I'm sure a lot of people agree with me that if you meet some representatives of these agencies, they might want to exploit you. So is there like an official platform, maybe YouTube or Instagram or Facebook, where
you host sessions or just webinars or just upload videos from time to time to educate the public on these things and what we are supposed to do. Thank you.
6.
Good afternoon, all. I want to appreciate this panel.
Please tell us your name.
My name is Sikeria Anegwe. I work with Gender Perspective and Social Development Center. When I heard about this compliance, I tried to meet with FIRS. And on getting there, a sum of 60,000 was requested from me for service charge. And then they said tax promise. And I was billed 1.2 million that I should pay for that tax promise. And since then, I'm confused, and I'm getting more confused, just like my sister said, that everything is free. I don't understand that free. I want you to let me understand it very well, because I asked for that tax exemption before I heard about this compliance. Some of them were denied. So I want to understand it better. And then this issue of free and tax promax and the service charge, which I've already paid. Thank you.
Everyone. My question goes to concerning issue of medical this and that, and receiving daily penalties. Why do we always try to copy wrong things? But we are not copying the good things. I know if you go now, 6 forms, must use, not single forms. How many forms? Forms are this? Set aside. Go to the and see the copies. One. I'm working with Foundation for Livelihood Advancement, based we're in Imo State. From the discussion so far, if we have the funds, we'll comply to regulations. I want to ask, for NGOs who want to start with CSC as NGOs, but who want to go into businesses, enterprises like rentals and the rest of them, what is the procedure? How can they be guided to do that so that they can also generate money that will help them sustain what they are doing? If they cannot get funding from your state, they can get funds from their own enterprises too, and also do one or two things. I know that there are NGOs who are into printing and the rest of them. How can they be done? Yes, that will guide NGOs to do this. Thank you.
Okay, we have 8. All right. No, I said we'll take the first 2 rows. We'll come to The other two. Yeah, I did that. I'll come. I'll come. Okay, bonus question then we would.
Good afternoon. You heard Richard is my name and I work with the Foundation. My question is very short. Now we have heard we made a mistake. We have backlog of penalties. We can't even break promise to start filing even from this year that we feel okay, now we know what to do. What can FIRS do for us? That penalty should be waived out, please.
Okay, so we have interesting questions. So let's take the first two as we don't go on them. We'll come back to the remaining soon. Yeah. Yeah, I know, but you insisted. All right, so let's take the first set of questions. There are some broad themes. So themes around penalties, compliance. Okay, yeah, CSC and FIRS, I feel for you, don't worry. No. For my friend, yeah. You know, the best man is always the scapegoat. Yeah. As I said in my introduction, all the participants here, everyone should understand what am I doing the registration for? Why? Why did I register? You need to know this. This is your answer, first answer. You need to know what are you registering for? Am I registering an NGO to make money? Am I registering an NGO to do business, or am I registering an NGO to get donations overseas and buy private jets? All of this, we have peculiarity in this country. Somebody is mentioning there is something peculiar about us as Nigerians. We have positive and negative ones. We are not like other people. We tend to bypass certain things. You can see school certificate, CSC registration, team certificate, fake ones. Nigerians do that. We've seen them. We've seen those. So that is our own peculiarity. And we see genuine ones as well. So once you are putting yourself out, you have to clean your house. But let me go to my answers to my questions about the annual return, man. You don't need any intent to file annual return. If you have a compliance officer, there is what we call entity account. We have an office here. I'll give you the address of the office. You can walk into our office. You can create, if you are a trustee in an association or a director in a company limited by guarantee, you can create what we call entity account. It's free. You apply to the commission, they will create an account for you, which you have to be one of the trustees. You log in, you fill in the details and submit. You can hold me to it. If we have an internet site that is working now, I can show you how it works. But you have to register as a public user to do that. And that is why in our forum, all our forums, we mention that you should have a compliance officer. There are certain post incorporation. Let me go to the second question where we restrict that why do we use accredited agents? You'll be surprised if I start mentioning to you now. Accredited are professionals. They can advise you on what to do. For example, if somebody wants to register a company, what are the requirements? You cannot register a company that starts selling firearms. It's regulated by law. There are certain objects that the school guys will not register for you. It has to be within the limits of the law. It is only the professional that will do that. For changes, certain changes that you see it. We need someone that really knows who you are. And the process in line with the law. For example, now, gentlemen, wake up one day, I want to register an airline. For you, how would you know the requirements for registration of an airline? It's only a professional that will guide you, that you need certain capital requirements, that you need to do this, you need to do this, you need to do this, you need to do this. That's when professionals are things. So you go to because you have already you'll be held by as much as the company is different from you, but you will held by a company. The last name of the question is why do you want to do business when you have a civil society or an NGO? As Professor rightly said, when you register anything by guarantee, it's really for promotion, but you can invest. But for the promotion of those objects that you are registered for. You, for example, if you have a Methodist church here in Oka, Methodist church can buy shares in Dangote refinery. If they are paid, they should use it for the promotion and propagation of whatever they do in the church. So nothing stops you. Not when you make profit, it will be for your children traveling overseas for holiday. You know that, but if you want to do contracts and do other business, you can register an enterprise or a limited liability company. Thank you.
So thank you very much. Concerning Sumo, she made mention of free, why it's free, and behind the scene it's not free. The truth of the matter is that Sumo registration is free. However, if you engage the services of third parties like lawyers, consultants, facilitators, of course you will pay them, madam. That means you're going through the back door in trying to have access. Like they are rendering services to you, they will claim that they are using their
support you. I'll do that support for you. But adventure, you don't delve into what? Trade or business. And now I'm talking about education on social media, YouTube, upload videos. In our website, there are several circulars you don't read. Go to our website now, frs.gov, www.frs.gov.ng. You click, let's go there. You click tax resources. Are you there? Click tax resources. You see circulars, several information. Is there tax resources? You see all the forms I've seen. Circulars, what do drop down? Have you seen it? Circulars on NG. Yeah. Circulars on NG is there. They just last week, there was a massive campaign in Lagos. The CSOs were there, NGOs were there, and they are going around all regions. We've been to South region, we've been to Southeast region, I think we've been here before. We are saying this all over and over again. Let me go to the last question. So we have several campaigns, several circulars, several document issues, specifically for CSOs. I wrote it was my office when I was the Deputy Director in tax policy. Through EU Arts and the Global Rights, we issue a circular mainly for NGOs and also obtain an approval to engage so that we can provide clarification and support this civil services, tax romance and tax exemption. There is no fee. As I said, you can do it just now. If you're not registered, just go there. Till we're now integrating with CSC so that we can have one thing regenerated through CSC through FRS platform. One, it's free of charge. You know your hood when you go and pay any money to someone. Why do you copy wrong things? Somebody asks, why do you copy wrong things? Government has set aside several funds. It's just for you to be aware of a lot of intervention funds that is available. Yes, there is. Secondly, there's another thing that government also done because you understand your intervention, you know you play. When you collect funds from domestic entity in Nigeria, like someone is talking about funding because of what is going on globally. There's a new rule that when you get funding from an entity, a company in Nigeria, that entity, that money, let's say somebody like Bangladesh, for instance, gives you 100 million. That 100 million is now tax exempt. It's currently on. We issue what they call deductible donation certificate to those entities. So they have it. So when they have those certificates, they can give you funds, and those monies, those funds are exempt from tax. So what we are even done now in this current new law, we make it very clear. Any fund donated for charity, donated for religious, donation for charity, educational, and religious, is now tax exempt in the new law that will take effect from 1st January 2026. It's not there. So government is all mindful. There is need for us to begin to build domestic resource mobilization, domestic resource, not to begin to rely on international funding. All right. So the new law has given that rule. Before it was a bit stringent for you to go and get a certificate, but no more certificate now. As long as you get funding from a local entity, a Nigerian company, that Nigerian entity can claim that funding as tax exemption. Lastly, as I close, we have made a mistake. What can FRS do? I think I'll answer that question. Come under one umbrella. All right. Why you think it's not free is because you have violated the provisions of the law. And the taxman is looking at your profile on the system. It's very clear. and it's system based. Nobody calculates those penalties. It's system generated. When it's supposed to file and you do not file, the system begins to calculate 25,000 every month, 25,000, 5,000, 55,000. Failure to file. The system automatically calculates. It's not by anybody. So what can we do? We have seen, we can say go and say no more. Go through the global rights under one umbrella. As one of your ambassadors and advocates, you can present before management. This is a committee of practice of CSOs, NGOs, CPOs, and they want to comply going forward. So this is their issue. They have penalties, not for trade or business. We will ask that question. Penalties, it's only if it's only penalties. Present your case before management and before the executive chairman. You can use the power as enshrined in that section 32 of the current law, right? So 32 subsection 4 to waive those penalties. May waive. I'm not so don't go and put it in the headline that I said it will waive. It may say don't waive. It may say waive 50%. May waive. So it depends on his prerogative. It depends on your advocacy. It depends on who is speaking with him. It depends on who you put forward. Put your best forward before FRS management. When they see the caliber of people that is that is advocating for you, I think you will listen to them. On this note, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, we are partners so that we can continue to sustain the regulatory environment of CSO CPOs and you. God bless you.
So can we close now? Or you still have now?
Excuse me, I have one question to respond. Yes. The question raised by Mr. Infotech, is there yes, you can use it, but we have a different type of bill. There is a executive bill, municipal bill, and private bill. This private bill is come from the citizens of Nigeria. You can make a bill and submit it to one of your recognized members that you know, and he can go and present your bill in the chamber. So we have, that's why I asked you, any law is subject to amendment. Even these laws that you are talking about, you can go through all the law and extract laws that is very close to you, to your activities, and find someone from the National Assembly and give him. He can go and present that amendment to you and work on it, and you can give him the support, the necessary support that you're supposed to give him. And if the Lord pays the amendment pass, things will change by God's grace. Thank you.
And about the special seat, I will vote for Mrs. Mary and when the special seat is passed. So that she will go to any State House of Assembly. Please clap for me.
Okay, so we're taking. Okay, so I promise to come back to these two rooms. We're taking 6 more questions total. So the first thing I'm going to say is, if you know in your heart of hearts that the question you want to ask has already been addressed, please don't ask it. We do not have time anymore. That's the first thing. The second thing is, your questions must be short. No break, no amendments, no names. Yes, 30 seconds. And please, I have the permission of the house to connect the mic. If you extend beyond 30 seconds, I'm not seeing hands from here. No questions from here. Right? Okay, you want to ask me a question, right? So we will take you. Yes. Okay, so she's the first one. I see 2, 3. I said 6. I'm seeing more than 6 hands. I need volunteers to drop their hands. Yeah, I need volunteers. The other thing is to come and be calm. Okay, so to the last. I have my 6. So, question number 1. Who is speaking?
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, sure. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Okay, my name is Mary. I'm the chairperson of the Enugu State Deaf Association Women. So I want to ask a question that they've done their registration with the CAC and the FRS. So that they said that they are expecting them to pay a fee every year. But no, the association have not yet is still growing. So we they still expect them to pay the fee, and the association is still at the baby stage. Yes. Yes, so is it still expected for them to pay the fee?
It has been addressed, but we'll give the opportunity for it to be answered. Okay, so 2, 3, 4. Then the 2 men.
My name is Okereke Doris, Human Development Foundation in Ebonyi State. Please, the FIRS, I humbly want to request for a link to process my tax clearance for 2025. And I also want to request, can you also provide a manual to guide me to be doing my own annual return instead of going to the office every year? Thank you so much, sir.
So I think you can meet him after this and you can have that discussion. Yeah. No, so he has already committed. I'm sorry, I'm going to refrain this. He has already committed to provide additional resources through global rights and community of practice to everyone in attendance here. So anyone who has that need, the resources will be shared with you. Okay? Let's not be labeling with that.
Good day, everyone. My names are Princess Ogoya Sylvia Butos. I work with women in mine in Nigeria. I am the state coordinator from Ebonyi State. What I want to say is a comment made by, I want to react on that comment made by Pastor Wokocha. Okay, good partnership with the state government. It's not when someone go out of his line and in some people, and the state government is quiet. There was one government in our SO and ENSO in a boy. That is something like that in a boy states.
It's happening. All right.
Go to Freeman from Quality Community and Community Development. My question is it's going to a CSC person. Voice was released because I did it through a startup in CSC Abuja. And then soon that applied through me, through her, 2 years, no response. The person that we pay to is the CSC office Abuja. Thank you.
So I do want to address that chamber and your previous after this. Okay, all right. No problem.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. I've learned so much from the panelists. My names are from the Nelson. Okay, my concern is to the farmers and CAC. There are from community-led groups that are that financial strength to prepare the audit report, and they also want to file auditors. How are you going to? So how do you intend to support them talking about some thing they can inform on the policy so that it would be easy for them to continue to operate and also get support from organizations that are going to support them in the operations. And then for the state was also wants to make a submission and the business the insurance office at which are don't seem to apply for the tax overseas. Nobody should be amount of money. Amount of money. So from the hard process of from the tax start saving it. Once you have the one government, so one of us says there all the CSO here. One for me. Thank you. Okay. I'm forgetting about intervention. You don't contact is function. But since I told him that I want to start filing my annual returns myself, he refused to release our login details to us. What should I do about this? This is quite serious. So we'll give the opportunity for the panelists to, yes, that's for you, sir. When the service of a professional, something like that, this is not giving details are personal. He doesn't release it to anyone. That is why I mentioned that one should create a public user account so that he can do that if he doesn't want to give to a professional, but you do so at your own risk. Yes. Right. So creates of the consultant that he hired is not tied to our organization or the ability of our organization to organize. Not just create one irrespective of this. Was the what you have to do. Yes. Okay. And this person that sometimes she has found the annual return for a year. I should take her word for it, but maybe you didn't file into government pockets. Maybe you decided to give someone and he played a fast one on you, which I would not like. You know, reliance on touts. There are a lot of touts presenting themselves as CSC officers. They can do this for you. So please, if anybody has his phone or phone, please. Anybody that has a since I should have it. I should have it as the okay, I should have it. Service is what you need to wire, please. You need to wire. What is her name? Peace. She works where? Is it CSC Abuja in the head office? Okay, I will collect the details and confirm. But we have states all over the country. You give me the details, I'll find out. And I promise you, I'll
revert to you on that if there is any of such. But you should not, as a matter of fact, rely on any of our staff to handle your filings for you. In fact, if a staff is caught handling filings for citizen, his job will be terminated immediately. And that we have a lot of examples that when we get this, we terminate because they tend to take advantage. Normally, they give solicitors to handle at a fee. They don't handle it by themselves. So you should take note and be wary of doubts everywhere. I think.
Yeah, let me quickly attend to some of the questions I have here. The first one is from the person with disabilities. Want to state that the government is very concerned about those persons living with disability, and in the new law, and that has never happened before because of advocacy and a lot of push. There is a new exemption for value tax. Any hearing aids, any product relating to persons living with disability has now been exempted from VAT. So that will be from January 2026. Now, for the current law, if that entity, right, that organizes persons living with disability, maybe the deaf or the blind and all that, and is registered, you know, the way the law is crafted, the law is not crafted for discrimination. So an entity is distinct from the persons. So as long as that entity is registered, it's now visible to the government. So what the law has said in that section 55 that I quoted is that you are not expected to pay any tax. So if you file your returns, there are two rules: either 18 months after the date of incorporation or 6 months after your year end. So whichever comes earlier. That's what the law says. So as long as an entity, they need to have a compliance officer that will guide them. Someone that will read the provisions of the law, that will guide them to ensure that they file. So that's someone that guide them through, and they can also visit FRS offices across the states. They are there. So they can, we have asked every office to open an help desk. Every office. That's my new mandate. So that just working there, they will assist you, a system dedicated to assist you. You're right? To take you through your team registration and also take you through your filing. So on this note, Mr. Edosa, I will try to organize my tax probands team, maybe through Zoom, right? So I get a link, how to register and how to file returns. All right, that will be another work that I'm going to do. So we're going to introduce them to your team. We will schedule a time. It can be a kind of webinar purely for how to navigate the tax format system. All right, for those in this space, for the CSOs, the MPOs, and the NGOs. So we're going to do that for you. Then also, somebody has also mentioned is that we're not doing this enough, that we are putting law. Mr. Dosa, we have been here before. We have been in SouthEast before. Prof has the same story you are saying today. So, the same story you are saying today. No, they were here to teach the same thing. It's just that Nigerians don't want to agree that they are making, that they're not taking steps to do the right thing. Don't blame government's institution. They've been here before. Not once. Through you, I've been here before. I've been at Enugu when I was in tax policy. We've been here. The same training, the same issue. We are discussing comply, do self-regulation. EU Arts did it. Global Rights is doing it. We're also doing it round. So we have been here. We've been sensitizing, saying the same thing. It's not about causing loss. We've been here severally. So please, let us take a step to comply. in the provisions of the law. Take a step to comply. We've had that discussion. We can come together as a team. We can come together to share a space. 5 or 4 or 10 NGOs can have a compliance officer that can guide you into complying. Then someone has mentioned that now the provisions of the law, when the fund you are receiving, right? Before they set a separate status or law for CSOs, currently, if your funding that you are getting, right, and you have what you are getting is below 25 billion, is below 25 billion, the law have seen you as a small enterprise, right? So you don't need to engage a chartered accountant. The law as it is today allows you to do your profit and loss account and your balance sheet and file your returns 2001 to be accepted. The law is there. So what you can do is to just get about 4 or 5 CSOs or 10. Get one compliance officer to assist in helping you to comply. The job is so that you can share the cost if there's any. Just engage them. So we'll be there severally. So the problem is that we don't want to comply. Some don't want to comply. But I can see the intention and the commitment in this room that I think there is that push, there's that urge for compliance. The tax officer will only wait for you. But when a tax officer requests for any fund, any money, we will share the FDEX, we will share the anti-corruption units, just share their names and their phone numbers. And because we are transiting to a new NRS, they are playing with the new NRS, which they know is better than the FRS that is coming. So they cannot play with their job now. Please, even that person about 60,000, I want to skip the name, except when you shoot that person. When you give me the name, I will just forward the name to management and HR. But there must be a proof. Do you have proof? Do you have evidence that you gave that money? It's free of charge. I think lastly, I want to say this, that FRS is committed in supporting this space. We are partners. Myself and a few of my officers and a few of my colleagues, together with Prof, we've been going around all the regions, doing training, sensitization on the same subjects. I want to implore that self-regulation is the key, is the way to go. Self-regulation is the way to go. Just set up yourself and comply with the procedures. When you comply, you will just be free. And the compliance is cheap. But when you don't comply, it could be an issue. That's why some of us are where we are today. But I want to implore you, comply. And we, from the government agency side, we're going to partner with you so that we can have a country that every one of us will be proud to live together for sustainable growth and development. God bless you all.
Thank you very much. Can we clap for the baby? The baby is going to die. Can we clap for the father, please? Thank you. So on that note, we bring this time to my because suppose say so much.
Wow.
Yes, indeed. Yes, very much so. Very much so. I'm sure the few friends I had in the room before this panel, by the time we were done with all the questions we had to go through, I don't know if I still, I don't know if I still have them. We'll take one more intervention before we call it a day. Yes. Oh, no, you're tired.
Council Assembly Committee on CSOs and diaspora, sir. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. I think it has been a quite thrilling period for this colloquium. I hate to take you back. I am grateful for the panelists. It's often said that fiction constantly repeated becomes a fact. And I would love to leave here with the illusion that Ebonyi State rough-handled a CSO and being locked up. As a House Committee Chairman on establishment, donor agencies, and I'm going to take the guy from Imo State, the pastor, and I would like to investigate or advise global rights. Furthermore, this program is going on in Ebonyi State. The SDG is having a 10-year development plan going on. If you're a CSO guy in this house, I'm quite sure you are aware of it. I'm leaving tomorrow to continue joining that program. I also want to remind you that Ebonyi State have never had a donor agency. But under Governor Winfrey, we have a first commissioner for donor agency, Solomon Azi. And Solomon has a report on my desk, and he's having a clearinghouse for all donors in Ebonyi State. I think that if my governor is in this strides, getting all these type of things, Ebonyi State means well for donors and CSOs and every other thing. So please, check your records properly and guide your tongues on how you present issues, because I saw some guy that talked about we are copying the wrong things. But I'll put it to us that our mindset on how to make money obscures the whole thing. If you violate the funding for donor agencies in the United States, you will go to jail. The money that comes from the US is not government money. This money came from tax rebates, tax credits from philanthropists, and the government have the right to monitor what the money is going to be used, not to fight the governance. So please, let's do what we want to do properly. Ebonyi State means well, and it will continue to mean well. And I'll see you all back in there.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Sir. And I think on that point, we can, if we have any, we can always engage directly with these actors after the meeting. You can meet up with anybody you want to meet. You can ask questions. You can talk. You can engage. Nothing precludes us from doing that. Welcome to the end. Yes.
We thank the good Lord for a productive event.
Very much so. Very much so. So to close us out, to give us our closing remarks, I would highly advise, after we take the closing remarks, there are some very important announcements that Global Rights has for us, in terms, especially for our out of state delegates, those of us who traveled from near and far to be here. So please, let us just spend Global Rights a few minutes so that they can inform us on the next steps we are to take. But for our closing remarks to formally call this today,
we're calling upon Rachel Johan, the University lead of the Community of Practice Civic Space Strengthening.
Yes, Madam Johanna is coming up. Please, can we put our hands together for her? She's about to release us. We should be happier than this.
I'm listening everybody very fast. Okay, thank you very much, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Southeast Community of Practice, I say thank you for coming. Thank you for making this conference a huge success. Thank you to all our regulatory bodies. We're leaving here very hopeful, knowing that there is a way forward. We believe in you. We believe in global rights. We know that we'll make headway. Thank you. On this note, I say safe trip and God bless.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you very much. Oka Anambra, you have been very wonderful guests. We've really enjoyed ourselves here. Thank you very much for having us, as well as all of your brother and sister states within the region. This is where I call it a day. Let's call it a day before Oga Edosa.
We call it please, before you leave this place, make sure you go to the secretariat, get yourself registered so that the TFA will be provided for you.
Unless you don't want it.
You don't want it anyways. And then you can proceed to the restaurant. Okay, you.
Okay. It's been a pleasure being here. Ikem Sidefio, managing partner at SBM Intelligence. I know you're tired of my face, don't worry. It's all over. But thank you so much for enjoying with us throughout today.
Thank you so much for having me. Special thanks to Global Rights Nigeria, Ms. Edosa. Thank you so much. My name is Chidima Oranwa. Call me Dima for short. Thank you.
If you recall, when we started, Chidima